Alright. Welcome back to another stream of Far Cry Primal. Today with the second session, we're gonna really dive into the open world exploration today. Now that we've played through the introduction. And yeah, we're gonna continue in the year 10,000 BC, in the middle of the Stone Age era. And we are working on strengthening our tribe, expanding, and yeah, also fight people of our own or other hominids even. I guess in a way it's very similar to ancestors and what like trying to do, but the whole like fighting other hominids is definitely a new element brought in here, and a very major one at that. Also, hey there, Dr. Darling, welcome in. And yeah, we're gonna continue with the survivor mode, hard difficulty, which basically combines elements of minimal HUD with things like increased damage being received, decreased stamina. You have to like really work on resting more. There's less resources to find. But ultimately, definitely a nice like immersive challenge so far, because the information you get from the game is sufficient enough. At the same time, it's like a good challenge. Summoning the German, check out the new game suggestion on Discord. Check mal das die neue den neuen Spielvorschlag auf Discord. Vielleicht tue ich das. Vielleicht checke ich das aus.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Uta takar shwadam. Saila takar sparja hawinja laja. Sishai tinsan shaja. Tinsai takar spakwe paja dajai. Warbe buha dajai.
Okay, not sure if it's just the cutscene being so loud, but that actually blasted my ears there. That was simple enough that you understood it even though you don't remember the language. Yeah, basically I could use a lot of the words you already had put into the English version. And just use like connecting German words for most part. But yeah, thank you for the game suggestions though. So, commandos behind enemy lines. Real-time tactics game set in World War II that puts you in command of a small squad of elite troopers. Sounds interesting. I definitely go and check it out. Have a look if I might want to include it. And there's also another game set in ancient Greece, is it? Made by the company behind Pharaoh. Interesting. I actually haven't heard of that one either. It's gonna be interesting revisiting Pharaoh because I haven't played it since I was like a kid. So I don't even know if I would like it nowadays. But yeah, I was thinking about whether or not I want to include something in regards to ancient Greece. I certainly won't be doing a Odyssey main story playthrough because we just recently have done one. That being said, I could technically play the Fate of Atlantis DLC because I haven't played that as part of my playthrough. And it would give me a chance to maybe talk about mythologies, which of course were important to a certain kind of like time of history. So that was something I was thinking about doing. I'm not sure if I want to do yet another strategy game anytime soon because I'm not really a huge strategy player. Like I like a couple of them, I guess, but I could have included like dozens of strategy games according to the list, you know, because it's definitely the most represented genre when it comes to like historical settings. So I'm kind of trying to pick my strategy games like wisely if I really know that I want to be doing all of it. So yeah, I will have to have a look how much I'm interested in like additional ones. But yeah, I might include some of them. A friend of yours in second grade of high school lent you the CD for Pharaoh, but didn't get to play it much before he asked it back. But you loved it, less than Zusvo. I see. I mostly played it because my older sister had it as well on her PC. And she played it quite a bit. Like my family in general was quite into like strategy games like Pharaoh, Age of Empires, Stronghold. So we played like a decent bit of those games. But yeah, we didn't have Zeus. Okay, so I want to have a look if we can craft anything here. The Sting Bomb. A bag's filled with angry bees. Throw them at your enemies and run. We can also upgrade the guts back here to store more bait, meat, and animal fat. We have 3 skill points here. I mean, this would be very helpful. 5 more wood, stone, whoops. Reeds, clay, and rock dust when gathering. Improved chances of finding more rare wood, stone, and reeds when gathering. Yeah, I think I get these two first. Because they're gonna be kind of like snowballing. Yeah, that makes sense if it's like developed by the same guys behind it. But yeah, thanks for the suggestions. I definitely check out some gameplay, and if it looks interesting. It might also depend, you know, for instance, if I play Pharaoh and I really end up liking it, then I'm probably more inclined to check out Zeus. But yeah, I'm gonna update my game list according to, you know, what stage of a playthrough we're in. It's definitely gonna be adapted constantly. Because there might also be games I just don't know about yet that people might recommend at a later stage. And we're also still quite early into it, of course, of a timeline. But yeah, I never would go back in the timeline though to like revisit a setting. I might do it independent from the playthrough, but yeah. Once you have advanced a certain year, we're gonna only go further. Right, what's a few thousand years or a few million? Okay, so today I definitely wanna focus on getting quite a bit of exploration done. Given that we're playing on like a harder difficulty, it would be definitely good to like do a bit more side stuff early on to ensure we have like enough resources to handle like boss fights eventually. Because there's gonna be some tough ones. Let's also have a rest here to restore the stamina. What a jam though. So let me check something real quick here. Because I'm not sure if the cat jam actually appeared. Did it? Hmm. What's up with that? I mean, that worked. Also, hey there, Mr. Cody, welcome in. How's it going?
Ah, Winja.
Winja.
How'd that get in there?
Okay, so at this stage we have to mostly focus on getting resources to upgrade our village. Because essentially we're building like mission starting locations. Places for the new Avengers here to settle. I think the atmosphere of this game is really cool, especially with the audio design. And now we can just outrun the deer, you know, eventually, like chase it down until it can't anymore. Oh, look at this. A door. Everyone is running. Some war paint here. Ah yeah, there's like a grappling claw, which I don't have yet. You've been good just in Elden Ring cleaning up fighting a few bosses now? You think you've done like 70 plus boss fights this whole like game, you swear? Yeah, there's like a lot of them. I think Dr. Darling was mentioning he did like, I don't know how many it was, like 150 or so in the base game. Which is quite an amount. What is he doing?
Izila mashas mansu grabadaha.
Izila mash brashtar hinash.
Some Vengers here. Interesting.
Haika sushwanam. Falgu sushakwan.
Okay, so I can't run up here. Gotta circle around. Jesus Christ. Death number 1. But they're getting like two-shotted by the bears, it seems. At least early on. I still haven't upgraded my health here. Ah, so I could actually interact with this symbol earlier, could I? Finding these different wall paintings here. Sure. Let's go ahead and check that out. Can I... What didn't I attack? I pressed like right trigger and my character just did nothing. Hard mode already kicking our ass here. I have no idea how that didn't hit there. So what are these kind of locations here? Right, so this is where I recruited Sensei. What was his name? Can I see it here? Tensei. Not Sensei. Ah, okay, gotcha. Dr. Darling, yeah. Makes sense, I guess a DLSS would make a huge difference. Would be interested to compare Cyberpunk without DLSS and then comparing it to Odyssey. To see how well optimized Odyssey is in comparison. Okay, that's one Dacia hand there. There's another over here. Leap of faith time. right, and not having a grappling hook here is definitely hindering us slightly. Like, where do we get it from again? Ah, yeah, grappling claw. Guess I really just gotta focus on gathering now and just unlocking the next point of the main story before I can really explore much at all. Yeah, gonna rest here until dawn. We need stamina again. Ah yeah, this was one I couldn't take care of yet because you can't actually burn this, I don't think. So that's for later. Oh yeah, I've strongly considered that. I mean, there was a plan initially to play this game without any of the HUD. Then I did a test run of it like off stream and was really overwhelmed, I have to say. Given that I've only ever played this Far Cry game and none of the others, and kind of forgot about a lot of the mechanics. Then I was like thinking about going for like minimal HUD, so essentially having everything turned off except for like a few options. And then I saw that the game has something called a survivor mode inbuilt, which is basically combining minimal HUD with like extra challenges. And I feel like that's the perfect mix here, honestly. Because it gives you necessary information and at the same time it still increases immersion. and makes things a bit more difficult, so yeah, I'm definitely happy with this playthrough so far. Ah yeah, another location that requires the grappling hook here. I mean, we just need one more wolf skin and then we are good to craft Tensei's hut. Which is the next like main story, so I guess all we have to do is just like advance time to nighttime, find ourselves a wolf, and then we're good. I mean, we might be able to find wolves during the daytime, but they wouldn't be quite as common, I don't think. What the? Great. Getting attacked by a bird. Wow, I'm getting attacked by these guys. Oi. I wonder if there's like a way to dodge these guys because they're kind of like announcing their attack. And tame this beast. Wait. Don't bite me. Take the bait. Yeah. Be a nice one. Okay, cool. We got the rare door added as well, one of our companions here. Skins carcasses and gathers resources for you after a kill, and covers and gives you nearby resources when you stand idle, and resistant to fire. That sounds pretty useful actually.
Saiwa Kauti.
Thank you for the follow, Contra. Welcome in. Hey there, Anemone. Welcome in. I wonder if we could find a wolf during the daytime at this place here. It's worth checking out. You just saw the biggest massive, heaviest English massive on 125 kilogram male dog laying on at the kiosk. Holy shit. Yeah, it's crazy how big those mastiffs are getting, but 125 kilograms. That's insane. I can only imagine what kind of like chunky boy that was. Or girl, depending. But yeah, that's crazy. I'm not sure if I saw a dog that big before. Yeah, no shit. Like, have fun carrying that with you. Need some extra big poop bags for that dog. So I think the door already has looted this one for us, yeah, pretty much. Shouldn't we still get a pop-up if that happens? We probably need some actual trash bags to pick up the poop of that mastiff. Okay, nice, that's a wolf. Wait. Can't see. Get out of here. Okay. Now we should have everything for Tensei's hut. Indeed, we can now build it.
Guarpati, Lagual Tushidahata, Salwa, Winjati Balti Daista.
Alright, so we have 2 of the outer wood, 2 slate, 2 reeds, and 2 wolfskin. Time to build his hut. And immediately get myself burnt.
Smarkaka.
Numas palhurwinja guasham.
Tidam shayaugar saila.
Takar guasham. Guasham ha. Guarpati pachars. Tuguama parshai. Haika chawa su chawdam. Nu, aquí está. Mi jan has ha guasham. Chaja. Marwa udam waidam. Si shao sinacham. Si warja wa. Ti. Udam shayar guama duayam. Tu sai. Arshi tachis laha. Malshata. Warpati.
Seems like a reasonable plan. Use the weapon of the enemy against them. Clubs are fast weapons that can hit multiple targets in one swing. Spears are slow and powerful and hit directly in front of you. They're more efficient when thrown. Hold right trigger when let go for a heavy attack. Stun enemies and deal high damage. Burning weapons are held in front of you instead.
Wenja wantar hupacha udam shanti hasa. Wamash ha waikarsh. Ma winja chimashta.
My marchasar, winjamana, ulaikwa, shuta marita.
Usai salwa guan! Palhu udam!
Palhu hasmas. Nu, takar masi hayauda.
Yeah, this U guy is really not someone you should mess with too easily.
Udam waikars!
He's a tanky son of a bitch. Yeah, no worries, Anemone. Hope you have a good one. Enjoy the adventures of Bike of Siwa. Yeah, when is getting attacked? Okay. Jesus. You can be poisoned by bee stings, snake bites, or by the rot fumes outside the UDAM homeland. Some UDAM will also throw poisonous bombs at you. Poison will drain your health, but eventually wear off. There must be an antidote recipe somewhere in this world.
Wayauda!
Sumana Swadata.
Manu Palos!
Ushkarpa!
Masalwa sashta. What batu?
Vaya.
Udam shanti ati. Uhaya takar. Say marwa huwanna. U arsh shazdarwa guijar. Uwinja dwayay.
So I'm supposed to chase him down all by myself, huh? Come on. I can't pull myself up here. Okay. You'd think you could just pull yourself up like any ledge, but not quite. stealth. Throw rocks with D-pad down to distract enemies and create noise. Crouch with B to make less noise and reduce the chance of being detected. If detected, hide in vegetation to break line of sight with the enemy. Wonder if that's enough to destroy it. Not quite. Maybe with another one. Kinda like do the Valhalla stealth tactic. Just use like fire arrows from far away. I think they're actually trying to start to see me here. Oi. No, they're taking my... Not my mate. Come on. Get up. Okay, we're doing this then. Chaos style. No stealth. I really gotta upgrade my health here because the damage we're taking here is crazy. Especially since I can't really distinguish over time between who's my friend, who's my foe. Usually you would use the minimap to kind of see who's your ally, who's your enemy.
UDAM guanta?
UDAM mari. Ul atiguaifa.
Apa. Laiwam haya. Shaja. Palhu winja marirs!
Shaja, palhu udamari, winja baltasha, guayfamas.
Shaus uls dausam. Sana quaida shanchi parishai. Salwa winja marwa.
Machi, samigartici napa.
Winjai.
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 Winjai. Winjai.
Eh, Winja.
The Lost Venger. Missing Venger with unique skills were last seen in the marked regions. Search Oros and bring the skilled Venger to a new village. Indeed, we need the one to give us the hook opportunity, which is Woga the Crafter. So I want to go and find him first. He will teach you new crafting skills and how to upgrade your packs and belts.
Ah, Guarpati. Uguan. Tishayu. Gasori. Haalia pacha.
Fagui.
Udambi. Upafi.
Delicious.
Udam. Fakwe haalia pasta. Udam. Haalia pasta.
Visions of Ice.
Jalti udam malsh.
My clapper. My clapper. My clapper. My clapper. My clapper.
That would definitely be a very effective club to have here. In AC Unity, this one would be considered to be non-lethal for some reason.
Guar shashguani. Udam Bagman Samya. Nashash Guani. Ashtan Chitlao.
Hey there, Shilla. Welcome in. Ahoy. It's going pretty good. Yeah, playing a bit more Vakar Primal. We're currently having another tribute vision here. We've been drinking some blood with eyeboards, and this is the result. How's your day going, Shilla? Don't put blood on your eyeballs or it escalates quickly. Yeah, and don't drink blood with eyeballs either. Only 4 hours until your vacation? Hell yeah, dude. I hope those last 4 hours go by quickly. Don't combine blood with eyeballs. Yeah, just don't do it, you know?
Wifta. Ba fatal. Pal hu udam fakwi. Shunta daba dabu.
Galaita. Udam Pacham.
Shrash. Yagi susarta. Swarga. Marmari. Makwadi. Udam shashkwani slaka. Udams masuk near Pacham. Udar! Udar plahaguar peti. Balsa, Dakar.
Ah yeah. So now we can do a fort in connection to the UDAM here. This I think is already going further into the kind of like snowy area here. Also we have 4 skill points. One thing I wanted to get was improve the chance of finding more rare wood, stone and reeds when gathering. But I still want to have a look what other abilities I can get here. For instance, I should probably increase my health, because with a hard difficulty we're dying very quickly. And survivor mode also makes the enemies a bit more deadly and more likely to like hit you successfully. We could also get the skill to now be able to tame leopards, jaguars, rare black jaguars, cave lions, and rare black lions. Science! Yeah, I think I'm gonna upgrade my health for now. And I can't get anything else here, can I? Still showing the skill tab as there's something new I can do. But that's just because I have 1 skill point, I think. Tomorrow we can do some errands and then Friday the showtime can start. Perfect timing for the Germany game as well, Schiller. Okay, but yeah, I think we're gonna go and head out now and try to find Woga, the crafter, because he's gonna be able to give us the hook. And with that one, we will be able to do a lot more of the exploration successfully here. So yeah, let's head out over there. Oh, to be fair, there's another quest here. Probably with Sailor. So I might just talk to her first.
Smarka ka takar? Takar, winja wantar, shaskau himshalla, masi waichai hatrawana, balhu sashwalim huhaya, ukauhi waida, tu sasakwi.
The Bone Cave. Okay. New mission. Can't upgrade her home base here. We're also into a population of 40, so that's gonna take quite a bit to get done. For our cave here, we also need a population of 40, so yeah, I think best thing to do now is actually go out and get some people recruited here to unlock different mechanics and different skills, tools and stuff, weapons. Hey there, Lukura, welcome in. How is it going? Are you well prepared for the clan war tonight? Oh shit, the bear. Fuck. I swear. The bears are fucking brutal in this game. 3 headshots and they still almost one-shot you. Sounds good. I'm glad you're doing well. And yeah, definitely hope you guys have some good fun later tonight. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. Playing a bit of Far Cry Primal. I'm doing like a survivor mode challenge, which combines like minimal HUD, so like no minimap and stuff, with like harsher environments, less resources, you die more easily and stuff. So it's been a good challenge. It's definitely nice how I can like reuse the spears even, because they can take a while to craft. But by going to the person you just impaled with it, you can actually get it back. It doesn't break. Sounds interesting. Never played other games than T-Words in Minecraft, so unfortunately I have no idea. I mean, that's totally fair. At least you know what you like. And yeah, I mean, I've been there, you know, like playing mostly like one game and focusing on that. But yeah, since I started streaming, I kind of like focus on a variety of games to kind of like showcase different games. Also like uncover some games that just never really have the time or like bother to check out. But yeah, if I wasn't streaming, then I would definitely also focus on more individual games, I think. As I've also done with T-Words, I guess. To a degree. Oh. New campfire. I could definitely use a rest here. So thank you for the follow. But yeah, so Far Cry Primal is basically combining like first-person shooter elements with like Primal times. Also we have a very start here of human civilization, I guess. In the middle of a stone age.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Do you now? What about you, Mr. Goody? What about you?
High position gerecht.
Look at little Goblin Jr. Gonna cry?
Gonna cry?
High position gerecht.
Yeah, I have a not so high precision currently in this game. I still have to get used to the bow. I think the bow play is pretty good in this game. It feels very tight and realistic to a degree. I'm not very good at it yet. I think it's also because it has like a slight movement to it. Like, if you let the bow be idle, it's definitely still moving. And also controller aiming, I guess. Gotta say, this game is quite beautiful. Came out like, what, 2016? I need the scope on the bow. That comes later, once I get the upgrades. And the slow motion manually controlled arrow. I actually wonder if this game had it or not, because there's definitely quite a few mechanics that Assassin's Creed Origins took from this game. Up to Malenia Blade of Michaela finally, so I made a lot of progress around this area. Hell yeah, goodie, that's awesome. GG's. How many bosses did you defeat today? Yeah, controller aiming can definitely be a bit janky sometimes. But yeah, when I'm streaming, I usually prefer playing with a controller. Because of all the noise keyboard makes and stuff, but also like... it looks a bit smoother, I guess, as well. Since we're not really moving quite as fast, like back and forth. But yeah, it does make the gameplay trickier for sure. Like for Doom, for instance, I had to stick to mouse and keyboard. Because otherwise I would have never made it past certain boss fights, I think. Or at least it would have taken like double the amount of time. I feel like this game is a bit more manageable, a bit more slow pace in comparison. I think there's another bad attack here. Oh, not quite. It's a lion. Is it? There's also an outpost here. Outposts are hostile camps controlled by enemy tribes. Claim them all to make Oros safer for the Avenger. Claimed outposts can be used as fast travel points in the map menu. They also offer access to your reward stash and more villagers will join your tribe. After claiming an outpost, the enemy's resources will be sent to your reward stash. Use them to upgrade huts in your village. I think the lion is dying here. Yeah. A cave lion. Now we did also have like an outpost of sorts here. Oh. Interesting. I can actually send different types of foods here as my quick heal. Who's harder for animals to detect you? Sprint 33% faster, also swim faster and stay underwater longer. Reduce fire damage. Well, I think I might go for sprint faster. Ah yeah, that's fair, Goody. Yeah, I guess those smaller ones don't really count. It is funny sometimes, you know, because when I played Bloodborne recently, I swear, like, the hardest fight I had in the entire game wasn't one the game even considered to be a boss fight. It was the Bloody Crow of Canehurst, which you can find in the Grand Cathedral. And he was, like, hands down the toughest fight I had in the entire game. Ironically, most of the main boss fights you had to go through and do, I got done fairly quickly. But whenever I've done, like, optional stuff, that tended to be like, you know, the really tricky parts. Okay, I would like to kind of do this outpost here, I have to say. Before we go ahead and find our mate here. The Lost Venger. But I'm not sure how Elden Ring is in that regard. If the optional bosses also tend to be like... or even the smaller bosses tend to be more difficult than the actual main ones required. So how do I use my owl again? So it's supposed to be D-pad up then. I guess I have to hold the button instead of just pressing it once. Doesn't seem to be too many guys here. What? How's that guy already see me? Wait, now they're all alerted or what? Seriously? Even. I have no idea how they actually saw me up there, like so quickly. That does it.
Warpati!
I can tame this beast. Okay, how about I send back my companion here? Can I just... Okay, that does it. Well, let's throw a bait here. Destroy this. Eventually leave a bait, right? Come on, leave a bait. Why is it not eating the bait? Okay. Because these guys just decided they had to take it. Okay, then we're gonna kill it then. I would have totally tamed that one. But I guess neither the wolf nor the Wengers did want to do it. Jesus. I didn't realize I was being chased there. Also, hey there, Spectrum. Welcome in. I'm doing well, thank you. Living the Primal life here. How about you? How are you doing today? Do I have to like interact with this here? I don't think I can. That's good to hear, Spectrum.
Winja!
Nein! Mustupi Mawinja! Ah, Dijam Shanti, Maikatsu Tagata, Udam Warwai. Smarka, Maika.
Oh, that's a way to get trapped, I guess. Just getting like pissed on. It's very rude indeed. Okay, I assume we just have to burn this. Leave a grappling hook here to get up there. He's actually gonna give us a recipe to do so. Oh, never mind, we just get it like this. The grappling claw. You have found an odd but useful tool. Look for the grappling claw icons to climb and swing to new heights. Move close until you see the grapple prompt, then hold X to hook it with a claw. You can switch from one grapple point to another without even touching the ground. So how do I pull myself up then? Because I'm pressing Abwehr. With A jumping, we don't get any more height either. Huh? Ah, it's right trigger. Okay. To get up and left trigger to get down. Nice. Your team successful first time and you immediately got the longest success sound out there. Hello there. Don't really wanna mess with these guys. Would be nice if I could. Just getting clapped. That's so my favorite success sound in this game, that's for sure. It is quite epic. Okay, I'm getting a bit low on stamina here, so I should probably find a resting spot soon.
Shalmadan. Udam. Maura Shalmadan. Ai! Nata Udam. Smigan. Winter! Winter! Kuna winter marwa?
Palu guaifash na maita tiwai.
Na maita. Winter saquim. Pasta. Kala. Saiwai shashwai. Hasar Orosis. Balwinja touches la dahisu. Ma Hasar Orosis mi bichauda.
Shashwaidam. Una tarai. Uwinchaha guaifa.
Budaf, my god. Sashwal so daishan Hasar Orosis sanja. Hi me.
Right, nice. So that brings them to our village now. Which means we can invest into his hut and then get like better crafting upgrades, I would imagine. Right, nice. We tamed ourselves a wolf here. He growls to warn of nearby enemies or predators, reveals 350 feet of terrain around you in the map menu. Well, very similar to White Wolf, just with one less strength here. Jesus. Come on. Jeez. Freaking saber-tooth cats as well. Don't have any meat. No, not my wolf. It's dying. I'm so sorry.
Hai guardam naš magam.
Okay, so I have to examine the standing stones, right? These ones.
Hasar Orosis kuspas chauda.
Okay, let's see until dawn and see what happens.
Hasar Orosis.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Bene. The grappling claw in case I fall.
Gij position gerecht.
That was some decent precision for sure. That wasn't. Alright, nice. Now Woga has joined our village. Population 21. Okay, so there's more Blood of Oros a rock here, which I would like to collect as well. Or maybe that was all of it? I guess it was. Okay, what is this? A tribal clash, destroy. When we came to halt the advance of enemies in the area. Yeah, we can do that, I guess. But yeah, before I do anything further, I'm gonna go and actually take a break here. I will be back in about 15, I would say. And yeah, then we're gonna take care of this tribal clash. I would also like to get Jaima the Hunter recruited to our village, as well as Sailor we already have, but I definitely also want to get Karush the warrior, so we can yeah, just get like more skills, tools, etc. unlocked before really diving into the like exploration further. But yeah, for now we're gonna stay south here and find the hunter next. Thanks, Shilla. I definitely will. And yeah, catch you guys in just a few.
A brief history of time.
All right. Welcome back to our historical order run with more Far Cry Primal, set in 10,000 BC, and our survivor mode hard difficulty challenge. Before we're heading back into the game, I wanna take some time over here in the Historical Research Center and showcase a couple more things for the behind the scenes for Far Cry Primal. Because the awesome channel on YouTube called NeoGamer, the Video Game Archive, has actually uploaded, kind of like cut together different like videos that Ubisoft released, or that outlets like IGN did on Ubisoft, and giving us kind of like an insight in how they chose this setting, how they approached it, what kind of like historical research went into it, and where they took some creative liberties. So we're gonna watch that together, and then we're going back into the game. So hey there, Mitch, welcome in. Good afternoon. I hope you're having a nice day so far. Don't know how you pressed B there. Welcome back, Dr. Darling. Yeah, it happens with the typos. Okay, give me just one sec here. All right. Let's watch this.
The interesting thing about Far Cry is that it's flexible. I mean, maybe there's an idea that we have all of these different Far Crys planned, but the reality is at the end of each Far Cry, we sort of think to ourselves, where do we want to go next? And so a team came to us and basically said, we've got an idea for Far Cry. So they sat us down and they started to talk about the idea of a Far Cry that was primordial, but took place at the beginning of time, the beginning of mankind. And now we have a chance to finally reveal Far Cry Primal. We are super fucking excited about this game.
I think at the heart why it clicked is because it's a very powerful idea, very simple, especially for a Far Cry game, because it's always been this kind of dual or pitting nature and man together. We decided to settle on the Mesolithic time period, which is a very interesting moment in humanity because this is the first frontier. It's the first time a man put a stick in the ground and said, this is mine.
I think all Far Cry games are about survival. And they're always about survival at first, and then it's about going from being the hunted to the hunter. When Takar arrives to Oros, he's exhausted, he lost everyone, he's alone, he has no weapons. And he finds himself in a place where actually you don't know if beasts or men are the most dangerous.
Alors, Oros, c'est un monde sauvage et primitif. C'est une corne d'abondance. C'était un ancien glacier qui s'est retiré à la fin de l'ère glaciaire et qui est devenu une vallée très très fertile avec des écosystèmes très différents où énormément d'animaux sont retrouvés, notamment des grands prédateurs et des grands herbivores.
For us, it's always been important to have nature be bigger than man. It was the time of the megafauna. Everyone was competing for food and man was definitely not at the top of the food chain.
Le principe, c'est qu'on n'achète pas ses armes, on les fabrique. Au début, il va devoir vraiment ramasser du bois, des pierres, commencer à se fabriquer ses premières armes, etc. Petit à petit, obtenir plus de ressources pour fabriquer des armes de plus en plus fortes.
It's all about hunting. It's all about fighting another tribe that is trying to take your stuff. It's all about gathering food and materials to survive.
À cette époque,
L'homme était déjà extrêmement avancé, savait déjà utiliser la taille de la pierre de 150 façons différentes. Donc on a énormément de variations de type de lance, on a énormément de variations de type d'arc, faites avec, comme à l'époque, des pierres, des ligaments, des bouts d'os. Donc ça a nourri encore plus notre envie de le faire rentrer dans la marque Far Cry.
Comme on l'a dit, le monde est vraiment grand. Mais le monde est vraiment dense. Il y a énormément d'activités, de systèmes d'animaux, des humains en train de chasser. Le cycle jour-nuit va changer ce qui se passe. Donc, de nuit, les prédateurs vont sortir, les proies vont aller dormir. Le joueur va se retrouver pris là-dedans. Et à chaque fois, on a des surprises. Et c'est ça qu'on aime, en fait.
When you make a game that's set 12,000 years ago, it's really hard and there's not a lot of documentation on it. There's the environment, that's one thing, but what about the culture, the people, the way they talk, the way they move, all these things?
What's Primal? How do we get back to our roots? All the organic remains have disappeared. Did they use leather? We don't know. Were they using wood? We don't know. What remains are rocks and bones. So for me, it was very interesting because we actually had great gray areas in which we could dive into.
Et se plonger là-dedans, c'est comme cette possibilité de changer des règles. On n'a pas d'armes à feu, on n'a pas de véhicule, on doit inventer de nouvelles manières de se déplacer, de se battre, qu'on n'avait pas l'habitude de mettre en avant autant dans les autres Far Cry.
I think it's going to be a very exotic journey, but it's still a Far Cry at core, so I don't know. I think they're going to be excited to have a new playground that feels so fresh and new, and where every step could lead you to a new discovery that you were not expecting.
The Stone Age is a very primitive time where man had to rely on a lot of different tools in order to survive and to hunt. And so around 13,000 years ago, man started to work with other animals, wolves, in order to hunt down savage beasts like the mammoth and this kind of thing. And so we looked at what we had in Far Cry, and historically we have a very rich wildlife, and we started to investigate the possibility for the player to tame the wild beasts that we would create in Oros.
All the beasts have their place, depending on how the player really wants to approach situations. With the canines, you have a beast that will explore for you, who will alert you to nearby danger and growl. Felines are known for being stealthy, so if you're that kind of tactical stealth player, a feline is your best choice for beast. The bear is your quintessential tank. It's going to take all kinds of aggro off of you if you encounter hostile enemies in the world. And then lastly, we have the honey badger. And the honey badger is really in a league of his own.
You can send them, to take out a small village. You can use them to distract enemies. You can use them to hunt. So I think it really opens up the types of gameplay that you can do. I was playing last night and I had a great moment where there was a small village with a couple of people. And I just went in with my saber-toothed tiger and just slowly, one by one, we were picking out enemies. It was just such a good feeling.
In Far Cry, when you come across a situation, you always want to recon it first. And you can do that from your point of view as Takar, but you can also send in your owl, who is going to act as your recon tool.
He can view outposts from above, he can mark enemies, he can bomb enemies if he wishes, and the owl also has a specialized aerial attack.
Sometimes they feel like they're more aware of what's happening than you are. So often you're gonna be walking around and you see nothing, and then suddenly you see your beast reacting to something. The bear, for example, is gonna stand on its back legs and it's gonna growl and scare those animals away without you even needing to do anything.
It's a very different experience because usually in Far Cry it's a little bit more lonely. It's you against everything. So the ability to have your beast at your side, it's very rewarding.
You now have a companion, you have a friend, you have a protector that will travel with you through the land and help you fight for survival.
What makes, I think, Primal very special is that ability to have the animals. They're an extension of yourself, and they are, I think, your ultimate weapon. Something that was really important for us for Primal was to make sure the stories happening in the world were really intertwined. It's part of the Far Cry DNA. You fight the way you want, you have all the toys you want, you can explore the way you want. It's really a game that's about freedom and letting the player decide how he wants to play. The player will be Takar, Stone Age hunter, looking for his lost people, the Wenjas. The Wenja tribe has been destroyed, scattered around by two very different but very aggressive tribes.
In order to reunite the Wenja, Takar will need to go and explore all Oros to try and find the key members of the tribe and get them into a safe haven. The village is actually the spine of the narrative. So if you do activities in the open world, you're actually going to probably free Winja that are going to make your village grow. If you go and do the main missions, you're going to encounter a new specialist that will provide you with new skills and knowledge that will get you stronger.
Far Cry games are about exotic location, places with weird characters, but also about authenticity. So when the team decided to recreate the Proto-Indo-European language, we turned to experts that we found to help us recreate a language that has been dead for 12,000 years.
We were contacted by Ubisoft to create a language based off of Proto-Indo-European for Far Cry Primal. First, we thought it was going to be something small, and then it became clear that the entire game was going to be in at least 2, if not 3, versions of Proto-Indo-European, which is huge.
So Proto-Indo-European was a language that was spoken thousands of years ago. It's the source of many languages that are spoken today, languages like English and Spanish and Russian, but also the source of ancient languages like Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. For Winja, what we wanted to do was to create a Proto-Indo-European, something that goes even further back in time. So we looked at certain very ancient features of Proto-Indo-European, and we assumed them to be the baseline for not only the Winja tribe, but also the UDAM.
Nakrabi, Hirakisbata.
The creative team views the Azila as a more advanced tribe, so we thought it would be a good idea to give them a more advanced stage of the language. Sometimes we ran into problems where there weren't words that we can reconstruct for Proto-Indo-European. So for example, we know of about 20 different roots for the verb to shine. We have no idea how they said yes.
It's been quite an exciting and even moving experience to see how the culture that was dead for thousands of years could be brought back.
We like to produce games that are set in places or times where, in addition to have fun, you could learn a little something or discover something that is part of our world and our cultures.
It's this kind of experience we also wanted to show in Primal, show a bit what was the life of Stone Age hunters. And this is what the player will experience.
We wanted to build a pure Far Cry, the original Far Cry. Almost something that was stripped of everything that was Far Cry and almost take it right down to its chassis. Primal is you at the dawn of man in a savage frontier, basically trying to figure out whether you can survive.
I think at the heart why it clicked is because it's a very powerful idea, very simple, and as soon as you start to follow the thread of this idea, everything matches together.
This is something we do at Ubisoft. We try to be as as realistic as possible. We create worlds, and for us, this comes first. So it's about making sure that we have a consistent universe that works within itself. So we do a lot of research. My job was to try to provide the team with, experts. So we hired historians, linguists, anthropologists to make sure that we got as much data as possible on this setting so that we had it just right.
With the help of anthropologists from Montreal's University of McGill, the development team decided to set Far Cry Primal during the Mesolithic period of the Stone Age, in what we know today as Eastern Europe's Carpathian mountain chain. As the Ice Age ended, this region became a verdant climate where life flourished, where tribes from Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Mesopotamia intersected as they migrated across the continent in search of resources. This made for an ideal setting for a Stone Age game.
By taking the prehistoric age and especially the Mesolithic era, we are right into the first frontier, the first time people were actually going to fight for land.
Far Cry Primal takes place in a giant valley called Oros, and in it, players will encounter many different human tribes. Each of these tribes depicts an important branch of prehistoric humanity, and each carries their own culture and set of beliefs.
The Winja tribe is a tribe of, originally a tribe of hunter-gatherer. They were traveling throughout Europe, following the food all year long. But when they found Oros, which was full of life, they started to settle down. The Izila are the most advanced tribe. They have almost like 1,000 years of advance. They come from Mesopotamia. They already master irrigation and agriculture, and they are so advanced that they consider themselves above the other tribes. And they started to capture Winja and UDAM to do their labor. So in a sense, they're the first slavers.
During their research, a third possibility emerged that fascinated Far Cry Primal's development team. Throughout history, there have been known anomalies in human development, groups that have evolved in total isolation for hundreds or even thousands of years. The UDAM tribe is an exploration of this concept.
The UDAM tribe, in order to survive, started to resort to inbreeding. So now they're like a dying breed. They don't know what's going on with themselves, and they're looking for a cure, something that would save them. And they scavenge Oros to eat people that they think might be stronger than them and would provide them the cure.
Far Cry games are about exotic location, places with weird characters, but also about authenticity. And the language is really essential. We wanted the characters to speak something that could have been spoken at the time, so we turned to experts that we found to help us recreate a language that has been dead for 12,000 years.
So Proto-Indo-European was a language that was spoken thousands of years ago. It's the source of many languages that are spoken today, languages like English and Spanish and Russian, but also the source of ancient languages like Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. There are a number of words that we can reconstruct or we know to have existed within Proto-Indo-European. So for example, the word for water was water. The word for brother was brachted. Now we figure this out by looking at what the languages that were actually written down, the languages that are spoken today, what do they say? So if you look at the word for brother, in English we say brother. In Latin they said frater. In Greek, there's a word that means a member of a secret society called prater. And in Sanskrit, they have bratad. And you can take all of these things back to something like brachted. Sometimes we ran into problems where there weren't words that we can reconstruct for Proto-Indo-European. We know of about 20 different roots for the verb to shine, but we have no idea how they said yes. To figure this out, we had to think, well, how would you make up a yes, right? So what we thought was to have some sort of expression like, it is correct. In Proto-Indo-European, that would be something like, Richtom hesti.
Each of the three tribes in Far Cry Primal speak their own adapted form of the Proto-Indo-European language, which reflects their beliefs, societal structure, and level of awareness of the world around them.
For Wenja, we wanted a language that Proto-Indo-European could have come from. So we looked at certain very ancient features of Proto-Indo-European, and we assumed them to be the baseline for not only the Wenja tribe, but also the UDAM.
Takar guasham, guasham ha, guarpati pachars. Tubuama parshai.
Aisha ul budami pan.
The creative team views the Azila as a more advanced tribe, so we thought it would be a good idea to give them a more advanced stage of the language.
Hisilachwe porhe hiotsti. Dod we hesti subnieti.
Well, we know that there were certain sounds within Proto-Indo-European that are very difficult for English and French speakers to pronounce. We also knew that we needed a language that was easily learnable, right? So when an actor is performing in Wenja or performing in Azila, they're not just memorizing lines and just going with it. They're learning the meaning of every word, they're learning what the grammar of that sentence is, and they have to perform it as such.
Getting the game's actors into character was a huge challenge, as our ancestors had none of the mannerisms that are a part of our modern body language. To tackle this challenge, movement coaches were consulted to deconstruct how early man moved and reacted.
You know, the movement coaches, we would start with a warm-up and rehearsal before the shoot. And that consisted of breathing. It consisted of walking. figuring out where your center was so you can drop your center. Modern man walks more upright. So we had to learn how to drop our center of gravity. We had to learn how to not do things that we normally do, like point at people and, you know, just gestures you don't even think about.
I convinced Footy, the director, I was like, please, 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 can I do an immersion language class with the actors? Because I wanted them to really feel like they were speaking this, that they were living this experience. The first day, I came in and the actors didn't really know what they were gonna do. They thought we were gonna do some grammar or something like that. And I did a full immersion lesson.
Machi, salwa urus dagwa.
For me as the actor, it was a challenge because it was something that I had never done before. I'd never acted in another language, and especially a language that is not known. And as a performer, you want to come in and just be able to, you know, slay it and do your best work automatically. Just come in and go, bam, it's done, you know. I couldn't do that with this. We had to learn the language. We had to learn how to move differently.
I had them talking to each other, asking each other questions in Ouija. I had them introduce themselves as their character. And so they got to a point after our lessons where they would start yelling out things in Ouija. And it's been really amazing to see how the actors live and breathe these lines. They live and breathe this language.
What's primal? How do we get back to our roots? The answers are surprising, complex, and fascinating to explore. It has taken the combined work of directors, animators, programmers, and actors to step into the mindset of Stone Age humans, to think like them, and gather insights that will ultimately bring this ancient world to life.
This is really something that's fascinating when you explore the life of men 12,000 years ago, is that they were very close from what we are. They had beliefs, they started to have, they took care of their dead, they wanted to teach the future generation what they had seen and what they had experimented. So they were already really very close from what we were.
I think as people, we do tend to live in behind us or in front of us, and we miss what's happening right here. But in Primal Man, he had to be aware of what was happening right there because everything was dangerous.
You can see how simple life was back then, how fragile it was at the same time. People lived 30 years max. It was hard. It was really hard. So again, this, you know, I guess this game will make you feel more connected to nature and to what being a human is.
Alright, and that was the behind the scenes for Far Cry Primal. I'm not sure I've actually seen everything of this before, but I found it super fascinating, I have to say. Especially the whole, like, creating of the languages, you know, like how much detail and effort they put into it, seemingly. And to make every one of the tribes feel kind of like different in how they kind of like evolve themselves, because it's very much something that Ancestors also dived into, you know, how evolution isn't really linear, you know, it's very much affecting like wherever something is happening and how isolated they might be from like outside influence. And there's just so much random chance to like what they've decided to do at what point to go into what direction. And then coming, you know, within encounters of like other species. So it really makes sense that they made like all the 3 different tribes here kind of like feel in different stages. And thus also have a language evolve with it. But I have to say I'm always very impressed with Ubisoft Montreal's work on recreating historical settings. And this game is definitely no exception.
Izila winja guanar. Chauham hinachar. Koi nacham dahash u chauham hai. Izila shanchi. Winja brashtar sapal dausmas.
An enemy trap is occupying this area. Find the camp and burn it to the ground. What the f... Okay, I was just stuck. It seems like my wolf is just kind kind of like luring them to his position, regardless of me being in stealth or not. I don't know what I think they're doing. Just like running back and forth like that. Okay, so I have to destroy the camp here. Question is what belongs to the camp, I guess. come on. Fucking hell. Okay. Okay, so we still gotta burn more stuff. I wonder if this kind of like wood here belongs to it. I don't know, I kind of like try to forge this thing here. But it didn't really work. Okay, not good. I only have my club currently. Jesus. Not good. Yeah, the amount of damage you're taking here on hard mode is actually crazy. And If it has resources also means you have like less arrows and stuff. Like right now my only weapon really is the club here. Okay, what else do I have to destroy here? Okay, finally. I feel like it's one of those missions where a minimap will probably give you the indication you need to like see what is missing to destroy. But yeah, that works. I have no idea how I get out of this place here. Just gonna fast travel over here to the camp and then we're heading south to meet Jaima the Hunter. Dude, I can like barely see her. Okay. There's like so many wolves here. Okay, nice, some wood. We definitely need it for some arrows here. Gotta say, the club ain't too bad actually for animal fighting. As long as it isn't like a saber-toothed tiger or like a bear.
Papa!
Tawinja. No Taiwan ka. Schlauta. Magisch bei die Mama foi. Duasa shwalim harsar kamas. Shitaugatta.
Dwa sashwalim samharsi. Hars hafchu waidam kwati salka daicham.
Magisch warsta mama fadi. Ukwati salka. Daish. Aish hars waidatta. Tushi gwash.
Challenge accepted.
Hars changwash. Nee. Gasuriars. Barguars.
I mean, not like a bear's bad enough. Now it's also an angry bear. Bears are basically like 50% of my deaths so far. They're tame ones. Wow. You can get the brown bear and the cave bear and the great scar bear as one of your companions.
Waidam.
So I doubt I can actually tame it, can I? No, I have to kill it. Oh yeah, we did it. Finally we killed one of the bears. 2 for the bears, 1 for me.
Man mama fadi. Di igwar cham cham shadafmas. Languiguan dafmas.
Yeah. We tied the beast, of course.
Palhu chwan pish chajarta waikash. Winja palhu santam dramarsh. Wa winja apashkanti ati. Usaiwaida masakwi. Charwawanam. Walmam sahidna charsh.
Okay, there's some wenchers nearby we have to rescue. Question is where? Ah yeah, over there. I'm not gonna go out of my way currently to find this. I do wanna, I think, either head up here to check out the other 2 missions, or we could go back to our home base and check out what's happening there, because we can talk to Jaima We can talk to Woga, which we have also recruited now. There's also Legend of a Mammoth quest, which is kind of like a more, I don't know, not mythical, but it's like more dream-based again. And I think you're actually playing a mammoth. Not sure if I'm too interested in doing this for this playthrough. But yeah, so we can't actually fast travel currently. We don't have enough stamina. Guess if I would eat something, then for example this here, which restores a small amount of stamina. Maybe now I could. Gotta take some rest here to compensate for the lack of stamina. And we can also access our stash here. Okay, so currently we have a population of 24. We still need 60 more to get to the 40 here. Same here.
Mama Fadi.
Let's talk to Jama.
Tasakwa Mama Fadi. Tutacha saltam. Nuharham. Kau Hawaida. Tuta Santa Haska Wantaris Daicha.
Okay, so it seems like the starting huts aren't overly expensive. So we can actually already craft Jama's hut here. Unite the Wenja. Wenja are scattered across the land of Oros. Find and rescue them to grow your village population. As your population grows, you can build new huts and upgrade them to unlock new skills, weapons, and crafting recipes.
Wantar have to fuck with us. Nayalia pachash pachadaus. Guardu fuck with sashvaldaus. Kuspa jau duayers. Ku. Ti fuck with kuspa duayers.
Quaida wanam. Namja na quaida shwada.
Ah, mama fadi. Ti fuck with Wantaris daish. Kuspas. Barju halchi hada. Ciao hisu ciao da.
Sawaida. Nusicharu hinacha. Mama Padi.
Sure. Let me find the tall elk. We can also talk to Woga here.
My God!
I like him.
Frashta for my God! Winja Gualfa, Tajisla Taticham, Winja Baldaha, Madam Shidausa, Samshar Madus Damsha.
So getting Woga's hut unlocks the crafter skills, new craftable packs and boats in the crafting menu, trap throwbow, berserk shard throwbow, and XP. Okay, we can get actually quite a few things here. We could give ourselves a spear belt to get one additional spear. Carry 50% more weapon resources and food. That sounds very good actually. Yes. We can drive enemies berserk, which is always quite nice in Ubisoft games to have. I like the idea of using a sling here. It's like an additional weapon type for ranged. We need 8 animal hides for. Yeah, let's also give us the spear boat here. And we're also gonna give ourselves the club boat. Let's also upgrade the amount of shards I can carry. And upgrade the hunter boat. Why not? Just everything I can. We also have 8 skill points. Definitely have to invest those. I think I really have to work on just surviving, honestly. So health regeneration would be very good in that regard, for sure. I can now finally tag enemies, that would also be quite good, given that I don't really have a minimap. So tagging will give us more of an oversight where enemies actually are. Also very good to have. I feel like getting better animal companions would also give us quite a boost as well. So I'll probably go for tamed wildcats here. Okay, let's get the health regeneration first. Then we get the tagging. And then we're gonna get the tame wildcats. Nah, let's get ourselves a food boost here. I like the sound bits of the villagers here. Double clubs, indeed. We even have 3 clubs now. Are you winning, caveman? Wow, it's a mixed batch today. We're dying, we're surviving. Mostly dying to bears, though. They're quite vicious in this game. Havik is like, welcome in.
Mubaldamchi tatista. Nuta bas nagu taticha. Aida shanchi. U apakwa. U kwar swalda ta darfa takwa.
Aya, shwaldam darfam kwa.
Ugas nagu. Waidata. So, nagu. Aha. Swalda! Oh! Faran Parkon! Uraf Nagud Bauga! Faran Parkon Swalda! Su! Nawa Kwarvi Taticham! Nakwarvi Balbugas Naguay!
We totally planned that. Okay, that's everything I want to do in the village here for now. Let's set up here to the cliff Voga was talking about. It's quite close actually to our home village. Oh, turtles. I don't really want to kill the turtles, but I kinda have to, right? Because it just means more resources. follow the footsteps if I can track them, that is. Yeah, we're not really leading anywhere, I don't think. Study the cave painting to find a rare resource nearby. Huh. I mean, it's like showcasing, yeah, the bird nest, I guess. Which is where we're essentially heading, I believe. Ah dear. The way the bird just flew into me and died. I don't like snakes very much, I have to say. Happens to you all the time? Oh yeah. Just a daily occurrence in it. Snakes. Yeah, Ubisoft likes to put snakes in caves, that's for sure. Ah, Jesus Christ, I miss a freaking spear. Let's have these fucking birds. Not very easy to actually hit, I tell you that. Come on. Just die. Just taking this and get out of here or something. Leap of faith time. Okay, that should give us enough weapons for now. Are you alright? Also, give me 1 sec. Alright. So, with that done, kinda up here in the north. Maybe now I can explore this area here. Was kinda like locked previously, but maybe now that I've done some of the side stuff. And also unlocked some of the Winja people. Maybe I can do it now. Yeah, but doesn't do anything. I don't think I can do anything with it yet. In that case, let's search for the warrior.
Widusu. Wanasu.
I wonder what this location is supposed to be here. It's also a cave mission. When Joe whispered tales of his lost cave, Udam entered on full moons carrying rotten fish and blood-stained spears. I mean, we could check it out, I guess. Do a bit of a detour. Jeez. find a way to get up here somehow. But there's a way that leads us directly to where we're going. Just gotta follow the trail. Ah yeah, we can climb this. God damn it, I tried to do like an air assassination. I don't think I can do that at the moment. Pretty sure I can't.
Knock.
Knock knock. Hey Verot, welcome in. How's it going, Senny? How was the rest of your Origins stream today? How's the fight for Oros going? Oh yeah, it's a delicious fight, to be fair. Especially if you're on the winning side. But yeah, it's going quite well. Definitely enjoying this playthrough so far. It certainly has been challenging at times. Like you can die very, very quickly on survivor mode with hard difficulty. Because enemies deal more damage and they're also more likely to hit you. And yeah, bears are also super vicious. Like 50% of our deaths so far has been by bears, essentially. So they have been a difficult one to deal with. But yeah, it's definitely nice. It definitely brings you in like a survivor modus. We also watched a bit of behind the scenes today for this game, which was pretty cool to see. Like, for instance, how they created the languages for this game. Because all based on like Proto-Indo-European languages. But yeah, one thing that's really cool with this game here is how much of it they took into the new AC games. Which makes sense because it's the game that came out a year prior to Origins. And was also done by Ubisoft Montreal.
Citizen!
Citizen. Booga. The language is a bit more advanced now at this stage. Hey Vaora, how's it going? Oh. What the? Holy shit. I didn't expect a fucking crocodile to be in here. Until I actually went for a swim. My swing was so mighty that I actually fell down. Amazing. Winning is definitely delicious. Damn pass, it would have add some nice extra immersion to you to imagine. Origins went well, you completed all the stone circuits and you're up to the part where we go after Flavius. But you still have about 12 side quests remaining. You think you should get that done tomorrow? Yeah, there's definitely quite a bit, I guess, also around the Cyrene area, if you haven't done too much yet, there yet. Definitely can't underestimate the length of those missions. But there's also some fun ones in there. But that's good progress, dude, getting also all the stone circuits done. Pretty much Aura. That's it. Of course it has crocodiles. It must have. It's a Ubisoft game after all. This language sounds like Jabba the Hutt. Can't be that advanced. It's kind of cool actually, because earlier today we watched the behind the scenes on this game. And they worked together with experts to create 3 different languages for this game. And they're all based on Proto-Indo-European kind of like languages. I can actually share that later. It was really fascinating how they did that. I mean, maybe. Maybe it was inspired. Okay, we made it. Surviving the cold. The northern wastes are a cold and inhospitable place. In the current clothing, you won't survive long before you freeze to death. To survive, light campfires for warmth and seek out materials to craft better clothing in the crafting menu. Exactly, Gisek. Whatever that means. I wonder if I know the word Malacca. Well, maybe. Like a very early form of it. That's kind of cool. Like, apparently the word brother would be like brochta or something in like Proto-Indo-European. So some of the words might actually sound similar to what we would understand nowadays. And it's that word that a lot of other languages base their words on. This must be the world's oldest first-person shooter. You like the detection bar the exact same as the AC detection bar. There's a lot of similarities between this game and the newer AC games, especially Origins and afterwards, of course. You also have a kind of like bird companion, which you use to scan the environment. A lot of the UI and like also the quest markers are like almost literally the same, I think. There's also like certain animals and animal sounds that you can also hear in Origins, which they reuse. But it does make sense because it is a Ubisoft Montreal production that came out the year before Origins. So they were trying to like use some of the assets from Far Cry into their game. But yeah, there's definitely some pretty heavy similarities. Isn't that the Splinter Cell detection bar? Well, I still haven't played Splinter Cell, so couldn't tell you. It's definitely quite interesting. For instance, with the 3 tribes you have in this game with the language, they made it so that the clan that was like most advanced in terms of like already using like agriculture and having mastered fire, they also have like a bit more of an advanced and more modern Proto-Indo-European type of language. Some pretty cool details in this game. Okay, so I'm in the code again. The game decides to minimize. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just go down here again because I don't want to stay in the code too much. Okay, so this doesn't count as part of the code anymore.
You've made a career out of staring into space, ain't you?
Yes.
You stir so much shit, I'm surprised your hands ain't stained brown.
Yes. The teachers eat the stone. Do we have a couch? I mean, there's certainly couch here. Just noticed I don't have Redeem active for the history search. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Rod. Let me take care of that. Okay, should be active now. Don't eat drugs. Yeah, ain't good for you. Well, I'm not gonna shoot my dog, don't you worry. At least not without accident. I will admit I've accidentally shot my pet before. But that was because they were like attacked by 3 wolves surrounding them. You had forgotten to put your Leap of Fail redeem on at the start of your stream earlier. Did you? Yeah, that's definitely fair. It can very easily happen, especially if you have like individual rewards depending on like the stream you're doing. And thanks Sid for redeeming the history time. Something of my choice. Sounds good. Have a look here in a sec. Roxas, so the dog can control its buoyancy? What does that mean again, Gisek? Can name a dog Rocky. That would be a very fitting name. Exactly, Aura. I can only blame myself, really. For swimming and diving, buoyancy, ability to float. I see. Thank you for the explanation. Let me go ahead and find something here to read as part of the history time here. Okay, I was thinking about maybe showing something in regards to like a video explaining something in regards to Stone Age. Now here's a channel that I found, which I also had a look on when they kind of like did a review for AC Odyssey and for like combat being shown in that game. And here's apparently done a video to Stone Age Warfare, Neolithic devastation of Aspan sheets. And I guess we could have a look in there, because I really enjoyed his channel when I had a look last time.
A brief history of time.
So I would say we're gonna have a look into this video and see if we can learn something new about kind of like weaponry of the Stone Age. That's a cool idea to watch videos. Yeah, kind of did it earlier as well with the behind the scenes, and it's definitely nice sometimes, having like really nice contained, presented kind of like information like that. So let's have a look at this video here.
So you want to know about the Stone Age, huh? The good old times when social media were campfires and when people shared their food. It meant actually physically sharing what they had for nourishment with others so they wouldn't starve to death. And kids wouldn't talk about stupid nonsense because they were too busy learning how to kill giant animals.
Exactly. Better times, really.
There was a time when archaeologists thought that the entire Stone Age was mostly free of large-scale violent conflict, and that it was only brought about by the Bronze Age. And when looking at Paleolithic times, it makes certain sense. I mean, people at that time didn't seem to have the idea of owning land. There were no city-states or anything like that, and they were mostly nomadic, hunter-gatherers. Although this may very well be a matter of absence of evidence rather than evidence that it didn't occur. But in Neolithic times, there is a lot more. And by that time, people did become sedentary and probably did get the idea of certain patches of dirt belonging to them as opposed to another group. The Neolithic era or Young Stone Age started in different parts of the world at different times, but generally can roughly say it began around 10,000 BCE and then it lasted until around 3,000. Again, roughly, with some regional variation. There are several archaeological sites showing us that the Stone Age was not all sunshine and butterflies as far as interpersonal relationships are concerned, if you will, which is not exactly surprising because it's humans, and humans are rather violent animals by nature. So one of those sites that I want to talk about is Aspern-Schletz in Lower Austria. This belongs to the linear pottery culture dating to 5120 to 4950 BCE. And this was a time period marked by increased violent conflict, or at least we have more evidence of violent conflict from this time. The most well-known is Talheim, which showed 34 individuals who seem to have been massacred and then hastily buried in a mass grave. This settlement here, Aspern-Schletz, has signs of fortification. There is an older inner ditch and a younger outer ditch, as well as evidence of some form of gates. So, as said, rough times, people clearly felt the need to do something to be safe and be able to defend themselves more effectively against attackers. And attackers there were, for sure. There were the remains of 67 skeletons found in the outer ditch. All have signs of fatal injuries caused by blunt and sharp instruments. And these are all perimortem injuries, meaning that these injuries occurred at or near the time of death, which you have to distinguish from damage that happened after the bodies were deposited, shall we say. Most of the information here is from this book, by the way, Sticks, Stones, and Broken Bones, Neolithic Violence in a European Perspective, and specifically the article, The Early Neolithic Site, Aspern-Schletz, Lower Austria, Anthropological Evidence of Interpersonal Violence. And a very good book, by the way. Would very much recommend that. It'll be linked down below on Amazon where you can get it. There are a lot of fractures found on the skulls caused by various sharp or blunt implements, and some are very obvious, like this one right here, which is a direct fracture caused by an object hitting in this area. And you also have examples of indirect or bursting fractures away from the point of impact, where the skull is being compressed or otherwise changes shape due to the impact in one area, and then the deformation causes fractures in another area. By the way, when you're looking at these pictures, keep in mind that not all of the damage that you see was necessarily caused by a weapon or tool. It was always the issue of preservation, and a lot of the damage happened after the fact, post-mortem. But, you know, if you look at something like this hole here with the fractures, so that would be a sign of damage caused by, you know, a club, an axe, an adze. And speaking of which, if you look at long, narrow openings in the bone like this, it looks a lot like this was caused by a stone axe or an adze just entering the skull directly. There's another possibility, though. Researchers did some tests with the reproduction of the so-called Thames beater, which is this large wooden club here, dating to between 3530 and 3340 BCE. So that's around the end of the Neolithic, start of the Bronze Age, fairly close to it. And this is actually shaped more like a paddle. As you can see here, it's not a round club. And they did the kind of practical test that I personally love to do, and I'm very much looking forward to doing more when I have a suitable location, which is they hit things. So they had a skull analog that they struck with this, and they came up with a very similar fracture pattern. And if you look at it, this test result here does look quite a bit like the original there. So it's quite possible that this is what was used, and so that would happen if you strike with the top part of the club I could imagine that potentially also happening when striking with the edge at certain angles. This one would require the attacker to be kind of looming over the victim. So maybe the victim is, kneeling or sitting on the ground and just fallen down or was already beaten down, and then the attacker was just finishing the job off, so to speak. There are also a few cases of fracture patterns that happen from side to side compression. So in this case, the victim was lying on the ground and was struck on the side of the head. These people were really not taking prisoners. I mean, they might have been, more about that later, but that's pretty brutal to just keep beating somebody on the ground. Also, in general, there were a lot of impacts. You can tell by the remains. Also, in Talheim, same kind of deal where you generally don't have just one hit. You have repeated hits on the skull over and over again. So they were just going all out, basically. There's also one unique type of breakage, which is a ring fracture, and this is caused by hitting the top of the head hard enough that the spinal column is pushed against the base of the skull. Brutal. Another pattern comes from a blunt object striking horizontally to the lower face. In other words, baseball swing to the teeth. They found that the right side of the head was injured about as often as the left, and the researchers took this as a hint that people were attacked from the front and behind about equally, assuming right-handed attackers, and I'm always pretty skeptical about that. I mean, even setting handedness aside, even if we really assume that the majority of people are generally naturally right-handed, there is nothing really preventing you from striking backhanded. Especially if you turn around to face somebody who stands to the right of you, you're much more likely to actually strike from your left side. And so then you would hit them on their right side if they're facing you, or on their left side if they're facing away from you. So this could be scrambled. I wouldn't necessarily draw conclusions from that. However, I would say that in certain situations it does seem pretty likely. Talheim, for example, where the majority of injuries happened to the back and the right side of the skull. So it does seem likely that a lot of strikes were done from the right side, right-handed, and from behind, either while chasing somebody or perhaps after having dealt with everybody who's capable of fighting in that village and then just lining up the rest and just popping them in the head. Who knows? Hard to say. Nobody was spared. Among the 67 victims, we have 12 infants at the age of 0 to 6, 8 children the age of 6 to 18, and 18 individuals aged 40 to 60, which would be fairly old at the time. And overall, we have a pretty typical age distribution for a settlement, except young women are underrepresented. Only 1 or 2 females aged 13 to 20 were found, 5 female adults aged 20 to 40. So it's been suggested that the younger women were mostly abducted. They seem demographically mostly absent. Also, the number of newborns supports the abduction hypothesis. There's just too many children and not enough women of suitable age really to make that plausible. So yeah, the attackers could have taken them with them. Some parts of the arms and legs were removed or pulled apart. There's gnaw marks from animals. So the bones were clearly unburied and exposed for a while, up to half a year, in fact. So another group probably eventually passed by and found them and buried them. Can you imagine, living in the Stone Age and, you travel from one place to the other. Maybe it was even a neighboring village and you come by this village and it's just the stench and it's just rotten corpses in the trench and you just see all these people who are just exterminated. Well, war is gruesome and inhumane. What else is new? Can you call this war? That's the other question. And it's a good question. How large does a conflict have to be to count as war? Do they have to be socio-political factors involved? But we don't know any of that. Of course, we just see the aftermath and what happened, why these people did what they did. Who knows? We can only speculate. The evidence suggests that the settlement was no longer in use afterwards. So this is not a conquest. Talheim looks a lot like that because the settlement was actually in continued use afterwards. That could have been because survivors returned, but it could also have been because the attackers just took over. So hard to say. In this case, they were just left as is. From what I've read, no burned layer was found, so there's no evidence that they actually burned the structure to the ground. So it looks like whoever did it just attacked, killed off most or all of the villagers, except possibly some women which they dragged off, and then they left. So alternative interpretation I've read is that it might have been an internal conflict. So think basically the Neolithic equivalent of a civil war, perhaps. Maybe there was like some kind of internal struggle. Seems unlikely to me because of the end of the settlement. You know, if one group or one part of the population there turned on the other, seems like they would have continued to stay in that settlement and just buried the casualties. But who knows? They may have also had beliefs about the place being contaminated or being haunted by the dead, or who knows what. There's so many things you can speculate. We don't know for sure. Anyway, I hope you found this interesting. If you're looking for more books about history, check out the link down below. I've got a list of things I recommend on Amazon. There's also a link to my Patreon page and Subscribestar. So there's various ways to support the channel and make sure it doesn't go the way of Neolithic settlements, I suppose. And yeah, that's about it. Have a good one, folks.
It was pretty cool, very informative. I didn't realize I was actually not subscribed yet to the channel, because I definitely have seen quite a few videos before of it.
Yeah, Mr. White. Yes, science.
Yes, science. I like how the first comment is basically what we also have been saying. The Neolithic age, when going clubbing, had a really different meaning. That is quite for clubbing. Steve Rival Clan woman for breeding, classic. Brought for some, just 2 farms is enough for a war. Yeah, I mean, very little can start very great wars, that's for sure. The settlement wasn't in use because nobody wanted to be haunted. Yeah. It's interesting that they actually talked about that aspect as well, you know, that it could have been something that they wanted to leave behind the settlement for various reasons. But who knows? It didn't seem to me either like an internal conflict would have made as much sense as maybe like a rival clan or something. Because they literally exterminated the entire clan except for a woman. It is guarded by those that are dead, and the dead keep it. Thanks for that. No worries, Rod. Thank you for redeeming history time. How to make stone tools in a survival situation. The things you have to know, you know. But yeah, generally, like cracking open like a stone and making it a sharp edge is a good way to start. What's a joke about Thumb Wars? The war you keep losing. Yeah. I'm definitely a master in Thumb Wars. Or to be fair, I have a bit of an unfair advantage against Levi, because she has very small hands. And I definitely don't. But it's something I used to play with my brother quite a bit as well when we were kids. The quite would have been a different game if those kids had been on Neolithic YouTube. They would have at least knew how to defend themselves with like more weapons. Probably would have not helped at all against the werewolves, but who cares? It's a thought that counts. But yeah, so we're not gonna head back into the game anymore today. This is actually gonna be where I will call it for today with Far Cry Primal. But yeah, it was good to like learn a bit more about the time here before we end it for today. We're gonna come back to this game on Friday, I think. Tomorrow I would like to go back to Trials Rising to continue and get closer to the finish line of that game. And then, according to Discord, I think the next game replacing Trials would be The Outer Worlds, with 8 votes for it and none for the other 2 games. It's a pretty decisive win there for Outer Worlds. It's gonna be my first like Fallout style of game, because I never actually played those games before. And it's also, I think, a bit in the style of like New Vegas and also made by the guys behind it. So yeah, I'm definitely curious about trying that game. But yeah, I will think about whether I start it directly next time or if I play another game in between. Because I don't think I want to have 2 first-person shooters at the same time. You know, like Far Cry Primal and The Outer Worlds. So I have to think about if I'm gonna throw in something in between. Depends, of course, how much time Trials Rising might take us. Yet. No worries, Aura, thanks for being here. You too, Rod, thanks for joining. No worries for the stream. Catch you next time, Dr. Darling. Okay, just having a look here who's online, who we could raid today. Okay, we're gonna go and raid Andy today. He's playing some Elden Ring. I think he's playing the DLC. The newly released one. If you want to follow us over to Andy to watch some Elden Ring, there's some raid emotes in chat. Feel free to copy and paste them. And yeah, I'll catch you guys again tomorrow with some Trials Rising. Until then, hope you all have a great rest of the day. And I will catch you in the next one.